Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Anand Rai. Good morning, Jatin. Good morning, Manoj. And good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And good morning, Humera. Good morning, Venkatesh. Good morning, Anand Edi. Right. Good morning, Chandru. Yesterday I got a call. The multiple people like no. Okay. But some people responded through WhatsApp actually. Okay. The question which I asked actually. Okay. They're somewhere around 7:30, 8 o'clock. They realized it, and Murugubudi realized around 12 o'clock. Muruga, are you there? I don't think so. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you are there. Okay. Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
You are not able to connect, right?
Yes, sir.
First, go to SQL Star Plus. Okay. CONN. Okay. Enter. / as sysdba. / space as sysdba. This is you have to remember whenever you want to connect to your database, right? Enter. Okay. No longer Oracle connected. Services.msc. Open services.msc. In a Windows menu, you can find a search button. There you have to use this services.msc.
Yes, sir.
I'm not able to see anything.
Sir, wait, sir. 1 minute.
Okay.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yeah. Okay, press O. Press O. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, what kind of installation you choose it actually?
Sir, as you said earlier, sir.
No. Desktop or desktop server class or desktop class?
Sir, desktop class, sir.
But I'm not finding TNS names actually. It is not installed completely.
Sir, yesterday I worked, sir. But around
Okay.
7 o'clock.
Okay. Select Oracle services.org, Oracle services ORCL. Okay, right click. Use the restart option. Okay, minimize this. You can share SQL Star Plus. Use a new share.
Yes, sir.
CONN /apps SDBA space. Enter. Okay. So you try with the sys as CONN. Okay. Sys as SDBA. Enter password. Oracle only, right?
Sir.
Okay. Start STA startup ART. Enter. There's some problem has happened, I think so. You have to restart the system. You did not restart the system?
Sir, yesterday it automatically got restored.
Okay. No, what I mean to say is you have to restart the system.
Yes, sir.
Then only probably it'll come back.
Probably I will do in afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I mean in a coffee break time you can do that.
Yes, sir.
Tea break time. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Right now. Jitin, Jayprada, and Muruga Bhupati. These three people contacted yesterday about their queries. Actually, Muruga Bhupati contacted today only, today early morning, I can say 12 o'clock. Okay, no problem. Okay, here, what we have to understand, the question which I asked you here. Okay, write a program to display all the records. Few things which I identified yesterday. Okay, there are some more information that I have to share with you. Okay, based on your queries, probably I can say that. Okay, just a moment. First here, okay, I'm going to draw a small picture. Okay, assume that this is going to be a table. In this, we have a column. This is going to be vertical part is going to be treated as a column. Okay. Everybody is there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
here you can say this here. This is going to be a row. Okay, that means the combination of fields, the column values or combination of column values. Here you can see this. This is going to be one field, and this is going to be the field 2, and this is going to be field 3, field 4, 5, and then 6. Okay, the combination of column values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that is going to be treated as a row. Okay, now like this, we have multiple rows here. Normally, you have a limited columns and n number of rows you can have it. Why we say limited means we have a restriction. 1000 columns you can have for a single table. Okay, The column indicates attributes of an object. We are trying to store here employee is an entity. Employee is an entity. In that, the characteristics of employee table is employee ID, first name, last name, job ID, email, hire date, and salary, commission, department number, manager number. All these things are going to be treated as a characteristics of your employee entity. Okay, you are storing a first employee details that is going to be treated as a row. Okay, is it clear, everyone? Okay, now I ask you to write a program to get how many rows are there in a table, all the rows that you have to get it. You have to display it. Okay, now here, I'm going to share my SQL developer. I'm writing query. First, what you have to do is, anytime you go to project and try to understand the question clearly first thing. Okay. And here you can see this here. I'm saying here, select star from employees, where row num equal to 1. Okay, row num is a pseudo column. We say that pseudo column. What do you mean by pseudo column? Anyone is having idea about pseudo column? Anyone?
No, sir.
No idea. Okay.
False
No problem.
column.
But false column. Okay. Don't say false column. We should say it's a virtual column. Okay. Don't say false column. Okay. So you have to say virtual column. As and when we request the information from the database, physically it will not be existed. Okay, as and when we are trying to retrieve the information from the database, this is going to provide your information. What you are trying to get, you are trying to get a first row. Okay, now you can check here. I'll be able to get the first row. If I say here where row num equal to 2, for example, we don't get any information. Why what's the problem here? Row num is a virtual column. It's going to generate a sequence number. It's going to generate sequence number. The sequence number always starts with 1. Okay, without generating 1, you are trying to get 2. Is it possible?
No, sir.
Right. The same concept here also. Okay, that means you have to get 1, then only you can get a 2. Okay, without generating 1, you are trying to get a 2. Because of that reason, you don't find the second row here. Then what you have to do is you just use less than or equal to 2. Then you can get first one and as well as second one. Okay, just a moment. What I'll do here is I'm going to delete this particular record. Okay. Now, when I'm going to execute here, now you can see this here. Okay, this I'm getting here. But my requirement is I have to get the second row only. I have to get second row only. Then what do you do here? Okay, I'll put here minus operator. Okay, where do you see minus operator? In 6th standard or 7th standard, we learn about something called union, intersect, minus. Do you remember that? In mathematics, I think we have here union, set operators. Normally we call it as a set operators. Union, intersect, minus. Did you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the same concept we are using. We are minusing from 2 to 1. Now you can see this here, you get only one row. What is the row that you want to get it? I want to get a fifth row. Then what you can do is you can minus 4. Now you can say the fifth row, you can get it. Okay, that means the select statement, yesterday also I told you select statement always it has to retrieve a single record. Even scalar variables also can hold a single value. It can't hold a multiple value. That's what I told you, right? Do you remember that point? Okay, based on this, I used yesterday employees percentage row type. I don't know how many of you remember this. How many of you remember? Okay, I use this particular example. To get the complete row, I use this particular one. Right? Now what I'm going to do here is, first I have to identify how many rows are there in my table. Select count of star into A, I'm saying here, from employees, because I want to get how many rows are there in a table. Once I get here, for I in 1 to A, I'm using here. Then I put a loop here. Now I'm saying here, select star into B from employees, where row num equal to I, and I'll put here minus select star from employees, where row num less than or sorry row num less than or equal to I, actually here row num less than or equal to I minus 1. Now what you have to do is you can use dbms underscore output dot put underscore line, and you just specify here, okay, b dot employee ID, b dot last name, b dot salary, what are the column values that you want to see here, you can specify. Just a moment. B dot a job ID. Okay, what are the columns information that you have to see, you just specify here. That's an end loop, then end. Now if you are going to execute this, before that what you have to do is you have to specify set server output on. First execute this. Okay, I'm sharing this query also first to get the exact row. Okay, oh sorry, last underscore name. You can say this. Are you getting all the rows or not? This is what I asked actually. Now you can see this here 100, 101, up to 206 you can find out. Am I able to get all the rows or not? What is this row type is going to do? Yesterday also I told you. That means which table information you want to get it, the complete row information. you can use select star. Okay, sorry, select star into B. What is the B data type? Okay, one of the PLSQL attribute, percentage type and percentage row type. Both I give at a time. Do you remember that? Say something. Okay, you don't remember, or you do remember that? I'm not getting any response. Right? Okay, this is what the program I asked you to write. From this program, what are the things that you learn? One is row num, right?
Yes, sir.
One is minus operator. So the set operator we have not discussed actually, but you can find the document. Okay, a ninth chapter. If you look at here, okay, the SQL one, there you can find the set operators. There you can find set operators. You can check that. Okay, now you just work with this. Okay, then let me know if you have any queries. You get any queries, let me know that. Okay.
Yes,
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, Jatin.
Yes, sir.
That what you can do, it's not, are you finding manual or automatic? The
No, sir.
service?
The services are automatically, but I have to do manually, sir.
Okay, I think there's some problem. Probably it is not able to start What you can do is initially you can put it in a manual.
Okay, sir.
Okay, then you every time you run it, then the starting of your system also will be speed.
Yes, yes, sir.
Speed is
Whenever I start
painting.
the system,
Hmm.
every time I have to do the manually.
Manually you can do that.
Okay,
If it is automatic, it is taking a long time to start. Probably you can check that.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
way you can do it.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Anand Kumar, you can share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Muruga, you can use live SQL meanwhile.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah. Okay, HR/HR. Enter. It's connected, right?
Yes, sir.
SQL developer or SQL star plus?
SQL Plus, sir.
SQL developer is working. Yeah, it's working.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
HR last login time Wednesday. Sala.
Anand Kumar.
Sorry, sir.
Okay. Keep check your whether you are in muted or no unmuted. Right? Is it clear or any doubts you have? The program which I shared and query, if you want to get exact row from a table, you have to use this concept. Okay, the same concept we are using in a PLSQL also. Okay, some people go with this in a such a way that min of employee ID, max of employee ID, they can keep it in a loop, in for loop, and they try to get it. Okay, if you don't, if any employee is going to leave the organization, what will happen? The loop is not going to continue. Okay, you will have some gap. Okay, that means okay, then it will be a problem. That's what you have to use a generic way to get the data from a table. Okay, this is the logic we use it. Is it clear? Or any doubts you have, please let me know. I'm not getting any response.
Clear, sir.
Okay, okay, mirror. Okay, okay. Jayprada, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Now it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jatin, Muruga,
Yes, sir.
right. Jatin, it's clear. I'm not able to hear your voice actually. You are speaking to me. You're unmuted, but there's some mic problem. You just check that. No issue. You can use the chat meanwhile.
I chat.
All right. Right. Okay. Okay. It's working. Right. Now we'll go for the next topic.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just a moment. Okay, working with the composite data types. Okay, we have seen the scalar so far. Okay, actually here one thing that we have to understand here is when you're going to, if you want to work with the lob data types, okay, you want to work with the reference data type, okay, then you have to go for advanced PLSQL. Okay, but here there is some information he'll say in the appendix you can find. Okay, the ref cursor you can find it, the reference one. Okay, but lobs and all you have to go for advanced PLSQL only. Here you can see this here working with the composite data types. When we talk about this composite data types, you can have more than one value in a variable. That's what we call it a composite. The name itself you can understand that, right? Okay, now here I'm going to, okay, we'll see here. There are two types of PLSQL. Okay, composite data types are there. One is called PLSQL record. Another one is a PLSQL collection. That's what you can say. There's PLSQL records and PLSQL collections. When we talk about PLSQL collection, we have something called associative arrays, nested table, and VArray. It's only introduction about nested table and VArray. We are going to see this records and arrays. Records and arrays. Okay, what exactly this record, what exactly this record will, what exactly the collection, the associative array, what exactly the record will see that. Okay, now we have seen something called the complete row. You want to get into a variable. What we have done? The complete row, we want to get it in a variable. What we have done?
Using percentage
Row type.
Percentage?
row type.
Raw type.
Row type, right? Exactly. Percentage row type. Good. Okay, but here I told you that some specific data types are there. You can use only in PLSQL, right? Boolean, Boolean data type you can use only in PLSQL. A PLSQL integer or binary float, binary double. These specific data types you can use only in PLSQL. You cannot use in a table column data type. That's what I mean to say here. Table column data types, you have character, number, date, okay, long data type, raw data type, long raw data type, CLOB, BLOB, NCLOB, like you have here, and as well as timestamp with the local zone, timestamp with the yeah, that's correct timestamp with the okay, DB time zone. Okay, interval year to month and interval year day to second. Okay, these are the data types you can use for the table columns, but you can use only some data types that you can use for here. Okay, PLSQL purpose only. Okay, those kind of data and everything that you want to form as a field, then you can go for the PLSQL record. Here you can see this here, that you can see this PLSQL record look like this. True, that means you have a date data type and you have a character data type and you have something called, it can be raw, long raw, or CLOB, BLOB also you can say this. Either of this, the image. Okay, but here you can see this, you have a true. Okay, this is going to be record. Or you are using any join condition. Okay, when you use a join condition, is there is any possible to get the complete row into variable using percentage row type? Anyone? Using percentage row type, can you use a join query into a variable? Anyone? Please respond. Using row type, can we get the join query data into a PLSQL? In a PLSQL, there's any chance? Using row type, a specific, that means that's what we use. Okay, row type, how we are going to use it? Table name percentage row type, which table row you want to get it. But when you talk about join condition, we have discussed the joins other day, okay, one day before. Okay, there you can check that. Okay, you are using multiple. That cannot be stored, Nitesh. Okay, that means after join, the number of rows may increase. Then that can be stored or cannot be stored. That cannot be stored, not can be stored. That cannot be stored. Then what you have to do here is you can use a PLSQL record for a joins and all. Okay, you can use a record type. Okay, that means a record type, is it already available in PLSQL? Or this collection type also, that means associated array, or is it available in the PLSQL directly? No, you have to define, you have to create the type. That's what object type we say, that you have to create a type. Okay, according to your requirement, either associated array or PLSQL record, you have to define it. Okay, how do you define? We'll see that here. The PLSQL record contain one or more component called fields of any scalar record or index by table, or similar structures on most third generation languages, like it looks like including C and C++. We use this kind of concept actually. Okay, or user defined, you have to define, can be subset of row in a table. It looks like a row, okay, but you cannot say exactly a specific table or a row. Treat as a collection of fields as a logical unit, or convenient for fetching row from data from table processing. Now you can see this here. Type name is record. You can see this. Field declaration. Field 1, field 2, like this you can specify. Now, once you define this type, you can specify, you can declare a variable and you can assign your type. What is the type name? Type underscore name you have created. and the type underscore name you are specifying for your identifier. Identifier nothing but a variable, right? Okay, you are specifying that. This is what you have to define and you have to assign to variable. Okay, here you can see this, how you are going to, okay, define a, okay, fields, all the fields. Okay, the field 1, field 2, field 3. Then you can store the values. You can see the field declaration and values. This way you can have it. The percentage row type attribute. Already we have discussed this. Now you can say the declare a variable according to a collection of columns in a database table or a view. You can also use for a view, but we don't have much time to discuss about a view. Prefix percentage row type of the database table or view. Fields on record take their names and data types from the columns of the table or a view. Because of that reason, we are using the fields in the record and take their names and data types. Names, that means the titles it will take. Because of that reason, which title, okay, or which column information you want to display, we have specified. Okay, but the previous example, you can say this B dot employee ID, B dot last name, then B dot, okay, I said like no salary and B dot job ID. Okay, that means only this particular column data I want to see here. Now, this particular example you can see here. I'm going to copy this and we'll try to execute this one. T underscore rec is the name of the data type. Type name is V underscore sal, V underscore min sal default, V underscore hire date, V underscore rec employees percentage row type. Now you can see this, how many fields you have? Field 1, field 2, then field 3, and set of fields again here. Complete employee table. Okay. Now in employee table, how many fields you have? Anyone checked out this? Okay. You just use employees, describe employees. You can check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, added 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 fields we have. Now the total you have here 11, 12, 13, 14 fields you have. Okay, now you can see this here. V underscore myrec. Okay, that you can see this here. V underscore myrec. Okay, the data type that you declared here. Now you are specifying here. This is the variable and the data type of this one is trec. What is trec? That you already defined here. You can check that. I'm making sense. Is it clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that means you are going to create your own data type based on your requirement. What type of data type? It will have a set of fields. How many fields we have here? 14 fields. In employees, we have 11 fields, and whereas additionally 3 fields we have declared here. Now, what we are doing is v underscore myrec.vsal. What is a vsal? It's one of the field in the trec. Okay, v underscore myrec dot v underscore minsal plus 500. Minsal we have specified 1000, 1000 plus 500. V underscore myrec dot v underscore high date is date we are specifying. Select star into v underscore myrec1 from employees where employee equal to 100. Now you can see this here. Okay, what are the values that you want to display here? V underscore myrec dot last name, took care of v underscore high date and salary. If you want any other columns to be displayed, you can use here the whole thing that you have to do here. Last name, job ID. Okay. Now you just run this. I'm adding one more column. You can see this here. King AD underscore president 16 September. Today is 16 September, and there's a 1500 is a okay. The sal that we are specified 1000 plus 500. You can see this here. Okay, we'll say here 1000 plus 1500. Now again, you just run this particular program. You can see this here. Is it changing? And I'm using here sysdate plus 7. You can check this. Okay, what is coming? Okay, 16 September, 7 days has been added, 23rd September. Right? Okay, this way you can use it. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now. Okay, using advantages of using percentage row type attribute. Okay, to get the complete row into variable, you can use it. Complete table information into a variable. Okay, the number of data types of the underlying database columns need not be known, and in fact, it may change at runtime. Attribute useful when you want to retrieve. Okay, is retrieve a row with select star from statement, row level insert and row level update. What do you mean by row level insert and row level update? You can see this here. This is a row level insert. Okay, we are selecting here. Okay, I'm not going to give this example. You can check this. Select star into v underscore emp from employees where employee equal to so and so. Okay, then what you're doing is you are taking that information into the retired employees. You are storing that information, but anyone is going to leave the organization. What we do, you don't keep that information into same table. You move it to the another table that you have a retired employees. Okay, we are moving to the retired employees. You are selecting from there and moving. Once it's moved it, then you can remove the data from the main table. We don't keep the same information for a long time. If the employee left the organization or employee is taken any retirement, we have to move that information. Okay, that you can do with this. Okay, select star statement. That's what here you have to understand. And you can see this here. If you have all the same columns, then you can also do this. Insert into retired employees values v underscore emp rec. What is emp rec? We have selected all the columns and we stored in v underscore emp underscore rec. Okay, and you can store it. That is also possible. Both the ways you can do that. Okay, then you have update here. Okay, the complete row you can update. Set row. There is an option set row. While updating, you have an option called set row. You can try these examples. Okay, or I'll share the complete table information also. Okay, retired employees table structure also I'm going to share you. You just give me some time, then you can work with that. Then you have a PLSQL collections. Examining associated arrays and introducing nested table and introducing VArray. It's only introducing. That's what you have to understand here. Now you can see this here. Associated arrays indexed by table. Okay, now here you can clearly understand here one thing. Okay, I'm getting here. I want to get all the last names into variable. I want to get all the last names into variable, for example. Okay, now here I'm storing here, okay, names, for example. Okay, the Jones, Hardy, and everything. But when I'm storing a variable, how to identify each and every value in a variable? How to identify each and every value in a variable? If you are going to keep a single value, you can say that the variable name, if you specify that, it is going to display the data. Correct? But okay, if you have more number of values, then how to get that particular, how to identify each and every value in a variable? Okay, for example, here you can see this here. Okay, value 1, value 2, value 3, value 4. Okay, like you have a value n. Now I want to get value 25th one. I want to get value 25th one. How to get this? For that only we generate something called index. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. like that means you can see here n. Now, when it comes to 25th one, you can see this 25th of 25th, you can get this particular value. Okay, that's what here you can see this here. Okay, in this picture also you can see the key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the values. A primary key of integer or string data type. You can have a number or character also. That means index. Index, you can have an index, the number or character in the alphabetical order or in the number in ascending order. Okay, column of scalar data type. That means here you can have the complete column or the complete row information. You can have it. Okay, just a moment. Okay, here you can see this here. This is what unique column, unique information. Okay, using this unique information, okay, you are going to have a complete column information or complete row information. Here you can see this here. Type name is, this is also you have to define what kind of information you want to store, only column information or all the columns information. Okay, only one column information or all the columns information that you can identify here. Now here you can see this here. Type name is a table of column type not null, variable percentage type not null, table dot column percentage type, table percentage row type, indexed by PLSQL integer or binary integer, or you can use varchar to identifier name. Here you can see this here. Type name is table of employees dot last name percentage type, indexed by PLSQL integer. Okay, this is what the type that we are created, and this is the variable name e underscore table, ename underscore table. The type name is ename, table type is the okay the type. Okay, now here you can see this here. Okay, this particular one, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Just a moment. I'm going to give the complete this one. The programs I'm going to. Here you can see this here. I'm sharing this particular program, which is there in the document. Okay, email one or something else you have here. Just a moment. Okay, oh, hide it. Okay. Email one you have, just a moment. Okay, here you can see this here. We are creating one type. I'm giving additional examples. Type email type is table of employees dot email percentage PLS, but that means index by PLS integer. Now email list email type. Now you can see this here. Okay, the begin email list 100. We are saying asking 105. That means Austin actually D Austin. Okay, that's a 110 J Chen actually. Okay, then now you can see this. We are trying to print that. Okay, this particular example you can see this here. Okay, this is where you can do that. The index number. This is the index number. 100 is the index number. Okay, this is the one example. Okay, then another example. Just a moment. I thought of sharing this. You can see this here. One more example. Type name is table of departments row type index by. Okay, that means index by. Okay, varchar2. We are using okay the character one. Okay, that means DBD table TMB. That means DBD table type we are specifying. Each element of department table is a record here. Select star into department one from departments where department ID equal to. This one you can see this here. If I'm going to execute this one. You can see this way you can get it here. Okay, there's the one more example. Okay, now you can see here. Okay, and here you can see this. These are the methods. Using this methods, you can identify your collection information. How many, whether that particular variable is having values or not, you can check with the exists. You can check with this count how many values are there in that. Okay, you can start with the first and last or prior and next and delete. Okay, using this method, you can manage your variable information with this methods. Now you can see this here. The one just now I give this example only. Now we can see this here. One more example. This example gives the complete information. Okay, I can also give the various of examples from this particular program itself. Okay, now we can see this here. Type name is, this is what the type. Please do concentrate. Here we are getting the complete row into, okay, in this particular table type. That means we are defining a table type here. Okay, my underscore EMP table type. The max count we are saying 104. Okay, I'll say here 206 for example. If I say 206, okay, I'm going to get the first row to the last row. And you can see this here, select star into my underscore EMP underscore table of I from employees where employee ID equal to I. End loop. And one more loop we are using. Okay, my underscore EMP table of first and my my underscore EMP and table of last. Then you can see here, what are the names that you want to have, you can specify here. For example, I'm going to use here. You can see this. You are able to get all the rows. The morning I gave one example. This example also you can see this, you can get all the rows. But what is the problem with the previous program and this program? This program you are using two loops. Using one loop, you are getting each and every row into your variable. What is the variable? My underscore emp underscore table. That is a what type of data? It's a associate array. Okay, and you are getting all the rows. Then from there, okay, if you want to fetch all the records, again you are using one more loop. Multiple loops you are using here, and you can fetch it. And now if you want to have any other column names, you can specify that my underscore empm table dot, okay, of I you have to use it. That is a subscript value. The method that we have used, the first and last here, you can see this here. Okay, this is a one thing. Okay, I'll share this one first. Okay, this is a different from your table one. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is, I'm not going to use this particular one. Okay, I'm not going to use the first loop also. Okay, I'm not going to use even where condition also here. Okay, select star. Bulk collect into my underscore emp underscore table. It's not required to specify I also. Now you can see here, okay, you will be able to get all the data. And I'm going to include one more. Salary I'm using starting CHR of 9. Okay, if I'm going to run this, I'm eliminated one loop, the previous example and the current example. Okay, you can see this here. You're able to get all the records here also. Okay, this is the one example using this. Okay, that means you can use a bulk collect concept. You can use it. Okay, that's I've shared here. Now instead of this, I don't want to use any loop here. Okay, just I'm saying here, I want to see the salary of fifth one. What is this? The fifth one you can see here. Okay, 6,000 here you are finding, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, salary of fifth one. Okay, and here I can specify directly the index number. Yeah, the fifth one. And here also fifth one. Now you can see here. Are you getting this exact row? Okay, that means this is the another way of doing it. Okay. Yeah, I shared this particular one also. Okay, now just a moment. Okay, this is what we have: associative array and as well as record, PLSQL record. The nested table and V array, don't get into this, don't get confused. Okay, I don't discuss this here. Okay, and here you can see this here PLSQL integer and index by varchar2. Okay, identify situation in which you can use percentage row type when you are not sure about the structure of the underlying database table, when you want to retrieve an entire row from a table, when you want to declare a variable according to another previously declared variable or database column. Anyone can give the answer? A and B, exactly, that's correct, right? Okay, you can try to work with these examples, and I'm going to share some more programs with you. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm going to share the programs. Just give me 2 minutes. Yeah, you can find the examples which I shared with you now from the same activity.
Okay, sir.
You're able to find?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, you can have a break. 11:10. You can come back and do practice then. Is it okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay then. Okay. Yeah, please continue with your practice. Please let me know once you're done with that.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Right. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm back. Please let me know once you are completed. Right. How many of you have a meeting? Surabhi, and Humera, and Shraddha. 3 people are having meeting. Huh? What time will they'll be back? Any idea? Please, anyone can talk.
Yes, sir.
There some people are having meeting, it seems. Can you identify anybody is having Shraddha or Surabhi or Humera Khan number?
No, sir.
Someone has to take initiate and like no, probably you should be a leader or something like that. You should be able to. That's way it is going to be work out, according to my knowledge. So you should create some WhatsApp group. Actually, you are all attending same program, right? That's why you have to do it. who is taking responsibility? You can take all these numbers, but who is taking responsibility and like making creating a WhatsApp group? Who is going to be admin? That's very important, right?
Sir, can I create the group?
That's you can take a initiate, but see, there should be some kind of responsibility that you have to take care of it.
Like which type?
See, we have some girls also in this group, right? Okay, we are not supposed to share those numbers with anyone or something.
I was also thinking about this, but
Mhm.
as you told to create, that's why I am creating. Otherwise, I will also not create this group because of
See,
girls
that
and
is
all.
what I'm saying. Okay, you should be able to take the responsibility if tomorrow. Okay, that's very important. That's what I'm saying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
you.
So then I have to create or not,
Okay,
please.
that is what you can discuss yourself among your people and decide yourself. Okay, that's what I mean to say.
Then we can create two groups of boys personal and for girls.
Girls, you ask some the one lady to take care of it, someone to take care of it.
Okay.
Okay, that's why you have to do it. What we do now, we'll go. That's an important topic. Actually, you didn't tell me prior. This people, they did not inform me prior. Actually, I have a meeting 3 o'clock today. Actually, there is a one urgent meeting. Okay, 3 to 3:45. I'll have a meeting actually. Okay. We'll wait up to 12:30. If they come, then okay. Otherwise, what we'll do next? Oh, okay. Recording always will with be Lakshmi only. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Someone should take care the that's a responsibility, like a coordinator or something. You can talk to Lakshmi and you can either recordings or anything, any information you can ask her. Lakshmi is the one. Yeah, it's extended actually. Oh, you thought it's up to okay 12:30. So because of that reason, they went to okay, training. I mean meeting. Oh, you have somebody's number. What is this link, Manoj? Manoj Prabhakaran?
Sir,
You shared some link, YouTube link.
sir, that's recording, sir. 2 days recording.
Oh, it was there in YouTube. Huh?
YouTube. Yes, sir. YouTube, sir.
Oh,
The channel name is the Learning Tech, I think so, sir.
oh, okay, okay.
Sir. Okay, sir.
Oh,
2 days recording is already uploaded on that YouTube channel, sir.
okay, okay, okay. Everyone can access this, or how it is going to be. I think
I'm
we
not
have
able
to.
to see the link, sir.
In the chat, he shared it actually.
Yes, sir. I clicked on the link, but it's opening to the home page of YouTube. It's not opening any channel.
I think you should ask the permissions, I think.
But it's opening. I just copied this link, then paste to the browser, then it is opening.
Yeah, even it's opening for me also. Any chance to identify that's what time they'll be back?
No idea, sir.
Okay. If you have any queries, you can ask me. If anything is pending, you can do that now. At least we can work on it. Okay. Right.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can I leave?
Why? What happened?
Really, I have to go somewhere, sir.
Okay. What time? Okay. 2 o'clock will be back then. All of you.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
2 to 3. I'll take a cursor's important one. You better inform to other people also.
Okay.
And 3 o'clock, I have a small meeting. Once I've complete the meeting, then we'll join back.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
Yes.
Okay. Okay then. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I leave now, sir?
Okay then. Okay. Everyone can leave now.
Thank you, sir.
2 o'clock, we have to rejoin.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Right. Okay. 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 All right. Okay, here we are going to discuss about cursors. Okay, this is very important topic actually. Okay, we have to understand mainly the concept. Okay, morning I shared two programs with you, right? Okay, one is like how to get all the rows from yesterday evening. I asked you to write a program how to display all the rows from okay table. Okay, today also we have seen using when associative arrays, we are able to get all the rows using a okay associative row type. But a few things that we have to understand here. Okay, both the programs, if you look at both the programs, okay, it's going to okay, the select statement inside the loop is executing okay n number of times. How many rows you have, those many times it is getting executed, isn't it? Okay, just a moment. I'll do one thing. I'll select the programs which I pasted today. Okay, first. Just a moment. Meanwhile, you can inform to other people also, ask them to join it here. You can see this program. You're using this program, what is happening? How many rows you have, those many times this select statement is going to get executed. Isn't it? Is it correct or not?
Yes.
Right. But in the second program also you can see here, we are using two loops here. Okay. We are getting here, okay, all the rows one after another using a loop. Okay, that means 100 and max count is going to be 206. Starting from 100 to 206, 107 records. Again, we are using one more loop to print the output on a screen. Okay, that means both are going to degrade the performance of the database. If you talk about the table consists of 10 million records and you execute this kind of programs, your statement is going to execute 10 million times. I don't want to execute my statement, SQL statement in a PLSQL block multiple times. Only once I have to execute. I want to hold the values somewhere. Okay, where there's any way that database is going to support for that. Yeah, it's going to support here. That is called explicit cursor. There are two things that you have to identify here. One is implicit cursor, another one is explicit cursor. What do you mean by explicit cursor? Implicit cursor, already we have seen that. Okay, to get the status of your recently executed statement, we are going to use this explicit cursor. Sorry, implicit cursor. What do you mean by explicit cursor? Now you can see here in this one, you have to declare some memory space. Okay, how do you define a memory space? Okay, you can say here, declare cursor. The cursor name is select statement. Select star from table name. Select star from table name. Okay. Now to hold these values, you have to declare a variable. Variable. Okay. That means the table name, percentage, row type. Okay. To get that complete data into variable. Now I'm saying here, open. Okay. The cursor name. I can say here instead of C1, I can say cursor name. Open cursor name. When you say open cursor name, what exactly is going to happen? The database is going to allocate memory, and the select statement which you are specified here, that statement is going to execute, and it places all the values in this one. It's going to place all the values here. At the same time, the pointer is going to come here and it's going to show the first row. It's going to show the first row. They're going to show the first row. When it will happen, all the steps will happen only at when you say open cursor. When you say open cursor, this is going to happen. Okay, next, what do you have to do? Are you going to fetch a single record or multiple record? Okay, multiple record, that you have to use a loop. Then say fetch cursor name into a variable. You have to check a condition. We are using a loop exit when the cursor name is not going to find any rows. Just I'll explain it. Just make complete. Percentage not found. Then what you can do is you can use, if you want to print, you can use dbms underscore output underscore line. Okay. You can print that variable name dot column name. Again, variable name dot column name. Like this, you can get the output. Then you have to close your loop. Then you have to close your cursor. Okay, this is what you can do this year. You can see this here. What exactly is going to happen? So you are defining some memory. Cursor is a private SQL work area, I told you, right? Okay, this private SQL work area you're requesting to database to allocate for you for your query. Okay, what is the query? Select star from table name. Okay, when you say open, this memory is going to be open. The select statement executes and it plays all the values here. Then you have to fetch one after another. For that, you can use a loop and fetch cursor into variable name. And you have to check whether you have a rows or not. Okay, then what will happen? The pointer will go down and check whether it is having rows or not. The same pointer will come down. Okay, once it is going to come down and check here, okay, whether it's have values, then it will continue. The loop is going to continue. Whenever the pointer is not going to find any values, automatically the control will come out of the loop. Right, this is what is it clear, or any doubts you have? Can you hear me? Pardon, someone is asking, please.
Sir, can you explain again shortly?
One after another. If someone is on, then Sarangi, you can tell me first now. Sarangi. Okay. Ash.
Yes,
Ash.
sir. I was asking the same thing. That could you please repeat it again in short?
Okay. Normally, the morning we have seen two programs. That's just now I've displayed also that. Okay, I can share here once again. Yeah, here, the same program. Oh, sorry. This is here. There are two programs I gave you actually today morning. Okay, starting and the ending of the lesson actually. Okay, we have how to display all the rows from a table. Okay, with that, what will happen? The select statement is getting executed a number of times. A number of times means how many rows are there in a table, those many times it is getting executed. I don't want to execute my statement to be n number of times. That's what I'm doing here is I'm declaring that one in the, okay, that means in a declaration part. Okay, you can see here, okay, here, okay, cursor name is select star from table name. Okay, and variable. Then begin, when you say open, that time only the database is going to open this particular one. Okay, it is going to open a memory area. In this memory area, the select statement which you have specified, that's going to execute, and it's going to place all the values in a memory area. Okay, then it will become an active set. It will become an active set. Once it becomes an active set, okay, the pointer will come, cursor pointer. This cursor pointer, what it is going to do is, whenever you use a statement fetch, the cursor pointer fetch the row into your variable. That is what you can see here. Fetch cursor name into variable. This is going to fetch the variable into. Then you have to check immediately. Still you have rows or not in a cursor. Still you have rows or not. You have to check. If rows are going to be fine, that means loop is going to continue. If rows are not going to find, that means that's what we have used. Exit when cursor name percentage not found. If it is not going to find any rows, it should come out of the loop. Okay, then you have to close your cursor, then end. This is what the concept. Is it clear? Sarangi
Yes,
and
sir.
Yash? Yeah,
Yes,
right.
sir. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Okay, now we'll see some example here. In the directly in SQL developer, I'm going to give you an example. Just give me a minute. Right here, you can see this here. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is open C1. Okay, now you can see this select statement execute only once. We are not use, that means executing n number of times. Okay, when you use open, you can see this here. Okay, then you can use the loop, then fetch C1 into the variable E, exit when C1 percentage not found. Okay, then you can use here just I'm using end loop, the close C1 and now if I'm going to execute this, you can see this here. You're able to find all the rows, how fastly you are getting here. That means you're not putting a much pressure on SQL statement executor. That's what we have to understand. The previous two programs that you can see here, sorry. These two programs you can see this here. Okay, that means this particular statement execute n number of, this particular statement is going to execute how many times? That means what is the count of rows? How many rows are there in table? Those many times that statement execute. Here also you can see this here. That means starting from 100 and 206, 100 times, 107 times, this select statement is going to get executed here. Okay, but the program which I have written, how many times the select statement execute? Only once execute, and it going to hold the values. It's going to, that means that you're requesting database to allocate some memory. In that memory, your values are going to be holded. Okay, you can get one after another and you can fetch. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, someone is asking thing. Okay, the meeting guys are back. I don't think so. Okay, this is one thing. And here you can see this here. We can also do something here. EMP1. Okay, I'm going to use here. You can see this particular program. I'm going to update my employee table. All the rows I'm going to update. Okay, create table EMP as select star from employees. Okay, I'm making of a copy of a employee table. Okay, instead of this, I put here employee EMP only. Okay, and here also I'll say here the row type. Now I'm going to specify here instead of DBMS underscore output, I'll put a condition if E dot job ID equal to IT program, then update EMP set salary equal to salary plus 111 where employee ID equal to E dot employee ID. Else if E dot job ID equal to SH underscore clerk, then else if E dot job ID equal to SA underscore man, then else 1444. Then I'll say here end if, then end loop, then end. Okay, before this, you can check here, select star from EMP. You can check all the data. You can see this here, the salaries data you can see here. All zeros only you can find here. Now you just select this particular program. Okay, PLSQL process successfully completed. You just try to execute again, select statement. Now you can see this here, the 444 you are finding, then 111, you can see this here. Okay, are you finding any difference here, employee details? Okay, just I use here
Yes, sir.
or roll back. Okay, all the rows got updated. How much time it has taken? How much for writing program it has taken more time, but okay, while execution it is taking any time. That means the task completed. Once again, you can check here. Roll back, I used it here. And once again, we can check here. You can check the task completed. Again, you execute the same program. You can see this 0.032 seconds. Okay, now you can see this here. Okay, use a rollback. Again, select statement. You can check here. You find all zeros. How much time it is taking? Okay, that's a beauty of cursor. One thing that you can understand here. Okay, just I'm sharing the complete information. You can also check here. You can create a dummy table. Don't do it on a employees table. Okay, this is one thing. And one more thing also you can do it here. Instead of, okay, what are the column that you are using? One is job, another one is salary and employee ID. Okay, now here instead of this, okay, specifying employee name, I'm going to use a cursor name. I'm going to use a cursor name. Okay, this is also you can do it. It won't be any problem. So instead of this, here you can use here the columns which you are selecting employee ID, the job ID, then salary. Only 3 columns you are using in this particular one, right? Based on job ID, you are updating salary based on your employee ID. This is more than enough. For same EMP table, you can do that. The same program, if I do it through, okay, for loop. Okay, for loop is a shortcut for your cursor. For loop is a shortcut. Okay, that means implicit open. It's not required to specify. It's not required to declare a variable actually. First thing, no need to declare, no need to open, and no need to fetch. No need to put any condition. No need to put any condition. Exit condition is also not required. Okay, then what is required here? For E in I'm already used it here. E in C1 loop. Okay, that means when you use a for loop, the C, okay, that the counter variable as C, automatically it is going to be. Then here, it's not required to close the cursor also. Implicitly variable declared, implicit open, implicit fetch, and implicit close. Everything will be taken care by your for loop for the cursor. This is one more example. You can also cross check here. I use a rollback. Okay, you can check the select statement here. All zeros only are finding. Now you just try to execute your program. Okay, now you can execute your select statement. Oh, sorry. Okay, are you finding? The update details you are finding, right? That's what the beauty of a for loop. Cursor with the for loops. This is one more example. Using for loop and cursor variable.
Sir, I want to ask one thing.
Yeah.
Sir, when we will use the for loop with cursor and using for loop with while first one loop, then the timings will be different for execution.
Obviously, for loop is a more faster than that.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay. It's all depends. Already, if you are executed the program,
Yes, sir.
okay, with the basic loop,
Sir, basic
for loop
loop
will
will
be
take more time than the.
nothing like that actually. If you are executing multiple times the same program, previously executed one will be there in the history. Based on that, it won't take much time. Okay. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. Cursor with the parameter. Okay, I'm giving directly examples, no problem, right? You are understanding, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cursor with the parameters. What exactly cursor with the parameter? Here you can see this here, declare cursor C1 is select star from departments. Cursor C2 DNO number is, this is a parameter, is select star from employees where department ID equal to, where department ID equal to DNO. That is a parameter. Okay, that I used it here. You can say this. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to declare two variables. D C1 percentage row type, the first cursor data. E C2 percentage row type. I'll say begin. Loop. Sorry. open C1, then loop, fetch C1 into D, exit when C1% is not found. Now we can put here D dot department ID, D dot department name, D dot or location ID. Now I'm going to open the second cursor, C2, with the D dot department ID. D dot department ID. What is the D dot department ID? Whatever the row is being fetched into variable D, okay, that's first department number you are going to open. Then say loop. The rest of the part probably we can copy and paste it here. C2 into E. First, we have to close the second loop, close C2, then end loop, end. Okay, now if you are going to execute this, somewhere it is giving error, just a moment. Line number, job ID must be declared. Okay, didn't change this one. Yeah, E dot job ID. You can say here. First department number 10, administration. So each and every department, how many employees are there? You can say this here. Department number 10, only 41. Department number 50, you can say this here. Then department number 60 and 70. Like you can see all the departments also. Okay, that means starting from 120, you don't have any employee. You can see this. Okay, this is one of the beautiful concept of parameter. Okay, from based on the parent record, you can open and close your cursor. How many records are there in a parent table? Those many times you can open and close your child table, child cursor. Sorry. Okay. Is it clear so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, assume that we are all working with the same database. We are all working with the same database. Now, okay, I'm trying to update using cursor program. I'm trying to update all the records. I'm trying to update all the records. Okay, suddenly Nitesh or like someone got the information, you have to update some records immediately. Then you started updating it. What will happen to my program? Any idea here? See here. Where is my SQL plus? Just a Just a moment. I'm going to share now. Are you able to find two screens, two SQL screens?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, right. Okay, now here you can see this here. I'm saying show user. I'm saying show user. Here also say the show user. If I'm going to say here, delete from EMP, where the employee ID equal to 1, 2, 3. One row deleted. Now he's saying select the last name from EMP. EMP only I used, where employee ID equal to 1, 2, 3. But here, the same query, if I'm going to use it here, select last name from EMP, where employee ID equal to 1, 2, 3. Are you finding any information?
No, sir.
The current user only can see the modified data. How long, if he is going to use a commit, then only the other people can see the data of it. Till then, they'll not be able to see it. Okay. Okay, now this one, how to overcome? Here, I'm going to use here. Okay, here he is trying to delete from EMP, where employee ID equal to 1, 2, 3. Sorry. We are not getting any response. You're able to hear my keyboard sound? Okay, here you can see this. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
this is called locking mechanism. Implicit locking mechanism are going to happen. Okay, now we're trying to update all the rows using cursor program, and someone is trying to modify and he is not committed. Then what will happen to my program? I don't get any response. Here, if I say roll back, you can see this here. Now you can see this, whatever I typed it, you can see here, that one is coming. Okay. Okay, with the help of commit and rollback, you will be able to achieve the consistency. Okay. Okay, using this particular concept, we have one particular program. Okay, that probably after, okay, you can try to work with these programs which I shared, and also go through the document. And meanwhile, you can what do you say that you can if you have any queries, you can put it in a chat. Okay, I'll be back by okay, I'll be here only. Okay, but I have one more meeting actually, one more meeting actually. Okay, I'll connect through Teams actually, Microsoft Teams, not through Zoom. Okay, I'll be there in the other one. Okay, but here I'm going to mute it. Okay, once I'll complete my this one. Okay, 3:45 you can have a break. Okay, and 4 o'clock we'll join. Okay, meanwhile you ask them to join other people also. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Right. Okay then. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Okay, if you have any queries, please let me know. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Any queries?
No, sir.
Okay. 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 We'll continue with the next program. Okay, the cursor program, I'll tell you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay. Just, okay, here I'm using a select statement here. Select, okay, employee ID, the last name, job ID, salary from EMP. For update. Okay, sorry. Where department ID equal to 30. I'm using for update class. You can see this here. You're getting here a job ID, salary, and all these things. Now, when you use this for update, you are locking the rows actually. Now, in this particular one, I'm saying here, update EMP, set salary equal to salary plus where department ID equal to 30. I'm saying here. Now you can see this. You don't get any response. That means this 6 rows got logged for this particular session, not user. Both are going to be, okay, here you can see this, both are going to be, okay, it's HR only, okay, but different session. Okay, now you can see this here. If I say roll back here, any lock that can be released with the rollback. Now you can see this here. The other side, you can see this here. It says that, okay, 6 rows got updated. You're able to find. Can I have a response for this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that means 14 rows got updated now. Okay, now again, I'm going to execute the same statement here. Okay, now you can see this here. Okay, are you getting any response here?
No, sir.
Are you Are you getting any response? That means here it's locked here. Okay, we are updated and it was locked. Again, if you say here, roll back, you can see this here, 6 rows got selected. Okay, whenever I'm going for update, okay, of my table data, okay, using PLSQL program, I can lock it and I can update it. How do you lock? Using a select statement for update class. That's what we call it as a, okay, for update class, cursor with the for update class. We say that cursor with the for update class. When you say cursor with the for update, what will happen? All the rows are going to get locked. If someone is trying to modify it, okay, it will not allow the person to modify that particular data. Then what will happen? You can successfully complete that updations. Then you can, okay, you can complete it. You can come back to, okay, the normal stage. Okay, for this one, okay, I'm going to give you one example here. Just a moment. Let me check here. And did I use a rollback here? I use a rollback here also. Okay. Now I'll go to SQL developer. Now I'll say here, select star from EMP. Okay, here how many rows we have, we'll check first. Okay, here I have this 107 records. Now what I'm going to do here is insert into EMP, select star from EMP. You 107 records inserted. Okay, now if you say select star from EMP, how many records you have, you can check here. Okay, how many records we have? 214 records you are finding, isn't it? Okay, that's first 107 records only I want to update it. If I want to say this here, for example, if I write a statement, update EMP, set salary equal to the salary plus 5,000, where employee ID equal to 100, if I say here, what will happen? How many rows got updated? Okay, here you have employee ID 100. Again, after 206, you can see this 100 is there. Both rows are going to get updated, isn't it? You can see this 2 rows got updated. Now you can check again here. Okay, that means here initially you have a 17,000 or 24,000. How much you have for the 100 salary? Okay, 24 plus 5, 9,000 to 29,000. Again, you can see this in the down also. Okay, again you can see here 29,000. Just use a rollback here. Or just use a rollback. Okay, then again you write a select statement. Okay, how much you have here? 24,000. Okay, and here also you can say this here. Okay, 24,000. Right? You're able to identify this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, okay, what I'm going to do here is I write a program, cursor program. Using cursor program, what I'm going to do is I'm going to update. Actually, here we have a duplicate records starting from 100 to 205, 206. Again, starting from 100 to 206. So you can say this. 2 sets of values we have, right? Only first set values I have to update it. Yeah, how do you do this one? Okay, using cursor program, okay, you can do that. Okay, I'm saying here cursor C1 is select employee ID, job ID, salary from EMP for update. I'm using this class. I'll say here E Okay, the C1 percentage row type. And I'll say here begin, open C1, the loop, the fetch C1 into E, C1 into E, exits when C1 percentage row count greater than 107. I'm using here. So whenever it's going to be 107, it should come out of the loop. That's what I'm using here. If E dot job ID equal to sh underscore clerk, then update emp set salary equal to salary plus 144, where current of C1. I'm using here the new class called where current of C1. I'm not using employee ID here. Okay, you can say this here. What is this exactly? I'll explain. Else if E dot job ID equal to SA underscore man, then six else I'm going to say here 88, and if end loop and end. Okay, whenever you write this kind of programs in the after end loop, you have to use a commit. Okay, otherwise it is you are locking the rows and updating, right? Now you can see this here. Now I'm going to update this. Okay, now you can go back and check here, select star from EMP. You can see this, the first 15 that been starting from the 1 to 107 records, you can check here. Okay, it's updated, and the rest of the values you can see that it's not going to update it. You can check this here. After 206, again it will start the 100. You can check here. Okay, you can see this here. What is the here? You can see this here. What is the 100 that part you are finding here? You can see this here. 100 is 2588, the 888, and here when it comes to 100, you can see this here. You can see this here. Okay. Okay. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This all the steps I'm storing. Okay. Here I have to just a moment. I have to put here. Okay. Try to check first. Okay. You can check this all these things. Right. Okay, now you can have a break. You can have a break, then come back at 4:05 or 4:06. Then we'll practice for some time. Then we'll see that one more chapter is there. Then we'll discuss that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay then. Okay. please let me know how much time that you require. Then we'll go for next topic. Okay, okay. You can take up to okay, 4:15. We'll go for it. Okay, okay. All right. Okay, now we are going to discuss about exceptions actually. Okay. You can see this here cursors actually. I didn't go through the material. You can see this. You have to declare, you have to open, you have to fetch, and you have to check whether it is existed or not. That means whether you have rows or not. You have to check if rows are there. You have to go for fetch. If you don't have rows, you have to close it. Okay, that's what we call it, an active set. Okay, declaring cursor and opening cursor, fetching cursor, and exit when cursor not found. You can see that. Close cursor. Like this, you can see this cursor record also. We have seen this. Cursor for loop also we have seen that. Okay, these are the attributes that you can see this is open and found. I'm not given any example for the is open and found, but I've given not found and row count. When do you use the is open? It's simple. If it is open, then you can close it. If not open, you can open it. If not open cursor is open, then open cursor. And if it is already open, then close it, again open it, something like this. If it is open, then close it. Okay, it depends on your requirement. The found and not found, most of the times we use a not found only. Okay, the row count I give for this one actually, last one. Okay, cursor for loop for using subqueries. In a for loop itself, you can use a select statement. You can see this, but this is going to be implicit cursor only. It cannot be called as explicit cursor. Very clear. Okay, the cursor with the parameters, we have seen this here. Open cursor, parameter value. Okay, you can also see this particular program. Locking rows and referencing with the current row. This is what we have done it for update of class. Okay, and here you can see this where current of cursor. Okay, I gave all the examples. Explicit cursor function enable programmer to manually control the explicit cursor in a PLSQL block, right? You are controlling or database is controlling. You are only controlling, right? Implicit cursor is going to be managed by the database, whereas explicit cursor is going to be managed by the programmer.
User.
Right, user or programmer, right? Okay, now you can see this handling exceptions. Exceptions is the one, okay, that's error handling actually. Okay, define a PLSQL exception, recognize and handle exceptions, list and use the different types of PLSQL exception handler, trap unanticipated errors, and describe the effect of exception propagation in nested block, customize PLSQL exception messages. Okay, here you can see this. So the small program, okay, you can see this here. I've been saying that one thing, okay, you can get exception handling. That means here, just a moment. I'm going to share the SQL developer now. If I'm going to execute here, what we are doing is select last name into v underscore last name from employees where first name equal to John. We are using here where first name equal to John. Okay, if you are going to execute this particular program, what will happen? You can check this. Okay, exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. Why? Okay, here you can use the same query here. Instead of this, you can use the same query so that we'll have some clarity. Okay, I'm going to remove this into class, nothing. Okay, and then you just try to execute here. Okay, how many are there? You can see this here. How many Johns are there? The first name John, how many are there? 3. You can also specify here the first name comma last name, where first name equal to John. You can see here. Okay, John Chen, John Russell, John Chayu. Okay, 3 employees are there. What is the variable that we are using? Scalar variable. Okay, the scalar variable can hold only one value, isn't it? Okay, then because of that reason, we are getting an error called, okay, exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. This is what the error code 06512. I want to suppress this, okay, error message. How do you do that? Okay, for this one, okay, I'll say here, I'll put an exception keyword here. Exception. When too many rows, two underscore, many underscore, or rows. Okay, there's too many rows. Then, okay, what you can do is here dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. Okay, more than one John is there in a table. I'm giving this message. Now you can see this here. Okay, I'm not included anything here. Exception when too many rows, then I'm using dbms underscore output underscore line. More than one John is there in a table. This is what I'm giving a message. You can see this. More than one John is there in a table. This is what you're getting a message. Okay, that means if exception block is there, whatever the statement that you are giving, that is going to be displayed and control will come out. If this exception block is not there, just will comment this here. If you comment this, now if you run this particular program, what will happen? It's going to throw an error. Okay, that means that the calling environment, you can see this exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. Okay. This is what you are going to find. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sharing this. Okay, because we cannot give. I'm commented this particular one actually. No, only select statement. Just a moment. The commented part you can use it, and you then remove the comment part. Then you can see the difference. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, but in this particular program, what he has done, you can see this. Exception too many rows, dbms underscore. Your select statement retrieve multiple rows, consider using cursor. If you have multiple rows, what do you have to do? You have to go for cursor only, right? Okay, then you can use the cursor. Okay, understanding exceptions. There are two types of exceptions we have. Okay, that means automatic exception. That means implicitly raised. We call it implicitly raised. Raised and explicitly raised. What exactly this implicitly raised and explicitly raised? Implicitly raised means actually. Implicitly raised means now you see this. Okay, automatically more than one John is there. It is giving error called, that means implicitly raised. That exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. That's implicitly raised. Whereas explicitly raised means, that means of being a developer, you can also raise some exception and stop execution. And stop the execution. When exception raises, what will happen exactly? It's going to stop the execution, and that means user is going to get error code and error message. That is what you can say this here. Implicitly raised by the Oracle server, explicitly by the programmer. Okay, that means implicitly raised by the Oracle server means if it is going to find no data found, already we have seen that some time back. Yesterday. Okay, today we have seen this exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. Okay, these are all implicitly raised. Explicitly raised means, for example, you can take an example. Now you're all having bank account. Yeah, the bank account, when you talk about a bank account, we say that that's all the corporates normally they say that okay, zero balance all the corporates, they say that zero balance, isn't it? Okay. Now, okay, we assume that all the salaries account also maintain minimum, okay, minimum 5,000 rupees. The minimum balance should be maintained in account. Without keeping minimum balance of 5,000, if you try to withdraw it, okay, that means the database has to stop it. That means here, okay, without keeping minimum balance, you are trying to withdraw it. That means it has to stop it. Okay, that time, what we can do is, okay, being a developer, we can specify that. Okay, that means especially if it is without keeping 5,000, if anyone is trying to withdraw it, it should stop the execution of that. An exception can be handled by trapping with the handler by propagating to the calling environment. Trapping with the handler means we have used the exception actually in the program. Okay, if you don't specify exception, what will happen? In the SQL developer, you are finding a message, okay, ORA-01462, something that you got it, error code. Okay, exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. That is what calling environment. I'm using calling environment is SQL developer. Someone will be using SQL Star Plus. Someone will be using Java application. Okay, whatever the application they are going to use it, in that particular application, it is going to display the message that is called propagating to the calling environment. Okay, if exception is raised, okay, if the exception is stamped, if exception block is there, it will go to exception block and it terminates. That means assume that here, one important thing that you have to understand here, assume that you have a, okay, 100 lines of code, for example, 100 lines of PLSQL program. In the third line, you have some problem. The third line, you have a problem. What it is going to do is, okay, that means exception error is been raised. Okay, what will happen? It look for the exception block. Do you have exception part here? If exception is there, the control goes to the exception part. Okay, from where? From here, it will go to, okay, exception part. It will go to exception. Assume that if exception is not there, if exception is not there, the exception is not there, then what will happen? Okay, then it is going to terminate. That means it's going to stop the execution and propagate the exception. That is what is the error code and error message you are getting. That error code and error message will be displayed to user. That's what you have to understand here. But how to take the control back to this here, third line we got an error. Okay, how to take the control to fourth line? Okay, that we have to discuss further actually. Okay, that we talk about program init, PLSQL program init. In that one only you can discuss that. Now you can see here. Predefined Oracle errors, Oracle server exceptions, non-predefined Oracle server exceptions. There are two types. Implicit itself, you have two types: predefined, non-predefined. We can say that. The explicitly you can see this user defined. Okay, that means here we'll try to understand here. Okay, trapping exception. If exception you want to handle it, you have to use the keyword exception. That's what exception handling part is an optional. You want to handle any errors, you have to start with the exception keyword. You can have several exceptions, exception 1, exception 2, exception 3, like this you can specify as many as. You don't have any problem. Okay, and if you are being a developer, you should be able to analyze what kind of exception that you are going to get through a program or statement. Based on that, you can have the exceptions. If you are not able to analyze what kind of exceptions you are going to get it, then what you have to do, you can use when others class. Okay, I'm not able to identify, but directly if you use a when others, it's not a good practice. At least you have to use 1 or 2 exception, then you can use when others. Okay. You have to start with the exception keyword. You can have as many as possible, I told you, right? If only which one is being raised, only that one is going to be handled in the exception part. I specified 15 exceptions. Okay, the 1 is raised. Okay, out of 15, that exception is there or not? If it is there, it will go there and it's going to execute and it will come out of the program. If it is not there, automatically it is going to give error code. But you have one option, when others. Using when others, what you can do is you can get what is the error code and error message for that particular error. Okay, these are the predefined Oracle server errors. You can see this here. No data found. You can see this. Too many errors. When do we use too many errors? Whenever you get exact fetch requested more than number of rows, then you can use too many rows. Invalid cursor. When do you get invalid cursor? Without opening cursor, you say fetch or something, then you are going to have invalid cursor. Cursor already open. This is also, your cursor already open. Again, you are trying to open it. You get an exception called cursor already open. Zero divide. If you are trying to divide with any value with the 0, you are going to get an exception called zero divide. You are trying to insert a duplicate record into primary key column. Okay, you are going to get a exception. You can use the exception called dup-val on index. Like you can see this, there are so many things that you can find out here. There are so many exceptions that you can find. Okay, depends on your this one. You can see that. Okay, now you can see this here, non-predefined Oracle server errors. This one we have to understand with the example. What do you mean by non-predefined? Predefined and non-predefined. Now we'll see here with the examples. We'll try to understand. Delete from departments, where department ID equal to 50. I'm saying. If I'm going to execute, what is the error message that you are getting here? You can see this here. ORA 02292, integrity constraint violated. Okay, child record found. Okay, without removing the child record, you are trying to remove the parent record. Now, what we'll do is we'll go with the program. Okay, declare the DNO number. Okay, I'm writing a small program, the same delete statement. Same delete statement I'm using here. I'm using here 30. Are you getting the same error? Okay, a different error. You can say this here. Integrity constraint violated, child record found. Okay, now here, this is 02292. This is what the error code. You have to note down this error code. You can copy or you can copy it. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to declare an exception. Del underscore child. I'm going to specify here, this is going to be an exception. And I'm going to use here pragma exception init, initialization. Pragma exception initialization. Here you can use del underscore child. Del underscore child. And here we say here something called hyphen 02292. What is this 02292? It's an error code. Now I'll say here exception when del underscore child, then Okay, I'm using this particular one. Now you can see here, if I'm going to execute my program, I'll remove this. I'm saying here 50. What is the message that you're getting? First delete record from employees table. Okay, that means in the employees table or okay, department number 30 records, you can remove it, or you can say this here instead of this. First, okay, first delete. Okay, now you can see here. You can see. Oh, sorry. Just a moment. First delete department 50 records from employees table. Okay, this is also you can give the proper information to the user. Okay, this example. Okay, in the slide you can find if you are trying to insert not null column, you are trying to insert a null. Cannot insert null, you are going to get an error. Okay, that one you can see here how he is used here. You have to name the exception. You have to use a pragma exception in it. What is the pragma? No one asked it. Pragma is a Greek word. Pragma is a Greek word. Okay. The meaning of pragma is insist. What it is insisting? It's insisting compiler to initiate this particular exception when you get the error code of 02292. This is what the example I gave you. Whatever the error code you are going to specify based on that error code, whenever that error code comes, it's going to raise the exception. Then handle the exception which has been raised. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
What about others?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this is a cannot insert null. We are using insert operation failed actually. We are trying to insert it. Okay, you cannot insert a null value. Okay, SQL code and SQL ERRM. Okay, you are seeing that 02292 is the SQL code. Okay, SQL ERRM is okay, constraint violated. Okay, that's message, or exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows along with the error number. Along with the error number, you are going to have an error message. Now you can say here, okay, normally in a projects, what we do is we write up when you're going to develop any applications, what we do is here, okay, we say that something in a such a way that, okay, what is the error code and error message you got it, that we are going to store it in a error log table. Okay, what is the solution that you are given for that? You can find out later. Okay, this is what you can use it. Then name the exception and raise the exception. Raise is the statement and handle the exception. You have to declare, you have to raise, and you have to handle it. That is called user defined exception. Okay, here we can see a small example. Okay, can I remove this one? I already shared it, right? Yeah. You're able to see my SQL developer, right?
Yes, sir.
Here I'm going to declare one. exception also. In ENO, I'm saying here, exception. If SQL percentage not found, I'm using, then what is the SQL percentage not found? If this particular employee number is not there, then what do you want to do? I'll say here, raise in ENO, I'm saying here, in ENO. Else DBMS underscore output dot put underscore line SQL percentage row count. Let's say here rows updated. And if I'll use here exception when in underscore ENO. Okay. Not a valid employee number. Okay, here now if I'm going to execute, I'm using here something 455. Do you have just a moment? I think we have 12. Okay, okay. When exception, then salary, where I, yeah, okay. Not a valid employee number, you can say this here. Earlier, we also used this row, 0 rows updated or something like that, right? Instead of that, we are using here something SQL percentage not found. We are using it and we are specifying it. This is one of the example for the user defined exception. You declared the exception here. Excuse me. You declared the exception, you raised it, then you handle it. Okay, that's what you can find about the exception. Okay, this is also same kind of example that you can say there's no such department ID. Okay, propagating exception in a subblock. That means if you're going to have any exception that you are declared in the main program, and in the inner block, this exception is raised and that you can take it to the main program. The raise is a statement, you can say this, a raise exception name you have specified, right? The same thing. We have something called raise application error. The same program, okay, the raise application error is one of the built-in procedure. Here you have an error code and error message and Boolean attribute true or false. Okay, when we use this Boolean attribute, the last one is, if your program consists of 1,000 lines, 2,000 lines, in which line you got an error and all these things you want to identify, then you can use the third parameter. Otherwise, the first two parameters, you can go for it. And one more thing that you can see here, here we have a error code. The error code actually, it is starting from -20,000 to -20,999. Okay, this much you can use it. Okay, this 1,000 numbers is assigned for the developers. In your project, you can use it. This number, what is the use of this number means? Okay, when you client call you and say that I'm getting 20,000, okay, 300, 20,300, I'm getting an error number. Immediately you can open the document and you can give the information back to the client. Okay, they are using something wrong. Okay, that means with this particular information you can find in the document only. Now you can see this here, the same program with the help of, okay, raise application error. How you can use it, we'll see here. I'll remove this here, exception name has been removed, and here the exception also I'm going to remove it. Okay, if SQL percent is not found, then here I'm going to specify raise application error. I'm going to specify a hyphen 20,111. Okay, and you can say here not a valid employee, right? Now I'll say here no such employee number I'm using here. Okay, the rest of the part is going to be same. It's going to stop the execution of the statements also, raise application error. You can see here, you just use some employee number. Okay, how you are getting, you can see this ORA0 K333. This is what we are given, no such employee number. You can see this. So at line 6, how you are getting, it looks like a Oracle error code and Oracle error message only, right? ORA, did you use anywhere ORA? Sorry for that. Did you use anywhere ORA?
No, sir.
Right, but still you can see this. Yeah, that, but you can see this your number. That means you're given, okay, 20,111 and no such employee number. You can see that. Right? Okay, this way you can have your raise application error. Now you can see here. Okay, you can use this raise application error in the executable part or in the exception. Okay, this is what we have. Okay. The next one actually it is talks about procedures and function. It's only introduction. Okay, you can go through this. Okay, if you have any doubts, let me know that. The simple very small chapter, but I don't prefer to discuss this. You can see this here, all these tables and appendix B, and like no, you can find some information about how to use a SQL developer. Okay. Okay, this is what you can find about SQL Star Plus. Okay, you can see this. You can see the select statement, order by class, and all the stuff. Data manipulation, select, update, commit, rollback, joins. Okay, some commonly used commands. The ref cursor, you can find it here, but that's not required for you. Okay, you can check with this, all this things. Okay. Okay, you can take the recordings from Lakshmi. Okay. Okay, you're getting my point.
Yes, sir.
You can take the recordings from Lakshmi. And if you have subject wise, if you have any queries, you can always contact me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, after training also. Today we are done, right? Tomorrow we don't have training. You have any training tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, tomorrow onwards, you are going to work with a new module and you forget SQL and PLSQL.
Sir, will we
No,
be
sir.
not
No,
having
sir.
any more classes?
From my side,
Yes, sir.
you want VTL Rao to be a trainer?
No, sir. I mean, like, will you be organized for us, like, for more training, or if we have any other doubts?
Okay. Yeah, definitely. See, it's all depends on your interest. If you're looking for some kind of doubts and all, the doubt session I can conduct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Lakshmi has shared some feedback link actually. You can see that. Okay, you can give the feedback and then you can leave. Or Lakshmi, you can speak to them. Are you there?
I'm here with you.
Yeah,
Hi.
you can talk to them. No issue.
Sure.
Just I'll
Fantastic.
keep myself in a mute.
So this feedback will help us out. And what kind of a session are you looking for, friends? Like, is it like a complete training? That is what you're looking for?
No, ma'am, I meant to say that since it's only been 2-3 days and for us PLSQL is new, so we need to give more practice to it. So maybe after 4 or 5 days, if we practice good enough, so at that time, can a doubt session be arranged if we are having any doubts at that time?
Yes, we can have an 1-hour session then. Keep your questions ready and we can
Yes.
arrange it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So everyone can come together with the doubts. We can arrange it.
Sure, ma'am.
Sure. Thanks, Yash. So I appreciate if you all fill up this feedback form. This will really help us out, VTL, as well as me as the organization, both of us. And how was the session, friends, everyone? I know that you all are like freshers, college pass outs. So how was the session? It was good,
It was
Sarangi?
good, ma'am. It was good.
It's good. Fantastic. It's showing error. It's for everyone. The feedback form is not opening up. Is the form opening for everyone, friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I think, Sarangi, that you may have to log in through your Gmail account. Then it should open up.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. And Vital, I would really appreciate you like for your patience and the way you're handling this team, because these all are freshers. And you know that they have spent so much of time studying, and getting them groove back to this session was more important.
All right. They welcome. Actually, that's what I shared the number and okay, I asked them to contact if they are getting any errors or any problem, any kind of problem they are facing.
We can do one thing, VTL, because you may also be in a training session, everything. What
Yeah,
I would
evening
recommend-
times I'll be free actually. I can help them. No issue at all.
Fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And just to tell you, VTL, like as these participants are giving the feedback, you will also be providing the feedback for each of these learners. So I'll ask you the feedback one-on-one then. So
Yeah, a lot of people actually today they thought it's off day actually. Off day training. I think they don't have a proper information, and these people also are not having everybody's contact number. They have not created any group, WhatsApp group or something. I requested them to create a WhatsApp group actually,
right,
so that they can pass.
Or different locations.
Oh, even then, at least they can pass the information each other, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Because some people thought today is the full day. Some people thought it's only half day. They just final time. That means around like no. I'm about to start a new topic around 11:55. They sent a message and like no, we have meeting at 12 o'clock. That's it. They've kept the message and they left.
Oh, yeah. I'll just
Okay.
ensure that next time it doesn't happen.
Okay. No. What I mean to say is actually, okay, there's no proper guidance for all the participants actually.
Correct.
That is what, like,
Lost
no,
and
there
have
is some,
information.
yeah, some communication gap is happening between participants as well as the trainer and the participants also.
All right.
That's what I identified with this guys actually. Okay, all are new and they have some kind of language barrier and they are not able to come up to like, no, probably they are finding I don't know how to express this. Okay, I have to ask them multiple times. Okay, do you understand? If I
This
ask
is
them
so
multiple
Vidya.
times, yeah, they are responding it actually.
It may happen because of one reason, like during our college days, these are all freshers.
Right,
It may happen that during college days, agar
right.
professor kuch पूछता है, then also we
Right.
don't respond. Okay, nahi, because
Yeah.
so but
That is what
kind of-
actually I
yeah.
asked them to use actually okay, what do you call you at least you can use a chat.
Yes.
Somehow they are habituated with this okay with the process actually which I initiated. Okay, they are started responding
Corporate
to
friends, the corporate completely works in a different way, friends.
right.
You can ask as many questions because this is only for you for your project.
Right.
Okay, and Vigil is only for you.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And one more thing I didn't find in Zooms actually we have yes or no options will be there. Okay, do you understand means we can say that's a green color right mark and into color. Okay, this one. Okay, there are some options are there. You can probably you can use those reactions also.
I think it's there.
More reactions so that you can include it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he removed and he used the reactions probably in the Zoom. That was a new update, I think so.
Yes.
Earlier
Yes.
we used to have this kind of option.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Ash is saying that he's creating the group and probably you can inform to other fellow associates and so that they can you can share his Ash number also. Okay, please once again you can share your number or you send a message to everyone. Ash. Okay, that
Yes,
means
sir. I'm having everyone's number right now.
okay, you can send a message and okay, if
Yes, you can
anybody
also share
knows
your
any
number to me so that I will also keep a note of it.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, I'll paste everyone's number right now.
You can give your number because you're creating a group right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can
Okay.
give your number to me, yeah. So you represent the whole team then, Yash. I'll keep that, yeah. And whenever you want to organize a separate 1 hour doubt clearing sessions, that can also be doable. But
Yeah.
Vigil is so kind that he's available for you all, but otherwise also, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Anything that you want to talk to VTL friends, then you can leave for the day. So tomorrow we have this Linux training, friends. So please be available on time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Please inform everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions
Okay.
for VTL?
Thank you.
No. If they have any question, they'll reach me on my mobile. They'll send a WhatsApp message.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so
Okay.
much. You have been
Yeah.
so wonderful, VTL.
Okay, it's okay then. Thank you,
And you have
Lakshmi.
a
Thank you,
great
everyone.
evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay then. Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, so friends, one more update. Like tomorrow also, when you have this Linux class, ask as many questions, be as interactive. Okay, he will also cover only practicals. So try to utilize all these trainers because these are working professionals. They have utmost knowledge about the technologies. All right. So
Yes,
utilize them. Sure. Thanks, Sarangi. Thanks, everyone. And
Thank
have a great, great evening. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, then.
Sure.
Bye. See you.
Bye, VTL. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. Oh, if I disconnect, it will be a problem, I think. You can. Yeah, you can disconnect from Zoom, then
Yes, sir.
I'll be able to
Thank
do
you,
that.
sir.
You copied all the programs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Sarangi. Bye. Thank you. All the best. Do well. If you have any queries, please ask me.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome, Sarangi. Anand, Chandru, Jatin, Matan Kumar, and Manoj Prabhakaran. Are you there? Chandru, Jatin, and Madan Kumar and Anand.
Yes, sir.
All right, right. You can disconnect from Zoom.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Madan, Anand, Jatin.